Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, as you said, one of the regular runners in the Heritage Touring Car Series, Dom Demetriadis, and the Group C Master RX-7, who's disappeared out of our view. 221 is Hannah 222. The Zippy Swift coming up right now, and that's Lawrence Murphy at the wheel. He's been running this car over here for running the best for 15 years now, because he's always taking a straight car home, so he's just not buying cars up. I suppose that's the measure of a racing driver, is when another one of our community competitors. Yes, Sam is sharing this car with older brother Alex. But Sam was a little bit on the way to turn one, fast and confident on the way in. Missing time on the way out. That's quite a large oil slick, it turns out, from turn 4 all the way to the finish line. So there will be a little bit of delay while we get the quick dry out. Traditionally cement dust, but I think they've got something more fit for purpose these days for oil cleanups. And good morning, Mark. What a glorious day here at Leyburn. We had a beautiful day yesterday. Absolutely magic day up here in the Darling Downs. And good morning to all of you ladies and gentlemen who are out there on the fences by Billy. We had a really good turnout yesterday. So all the bleachers were full, all the fences were lined. So I hope you had a great day yesterday, and I hope you have a better one today. Absolutely looking forward to everything. Leyburn Sprints. We've got a bunch of other events on today here as well, like just behind us here in the commentary boxes. So our boxes are located on the outside of that one, and immediately behind us is the big band display. Caravans, that is. And that's also, there's a competition involved for the best or prettiest or well presented caravan. Judge during the course of the day today. Thanks, of course, to all of our sponsors here at the Leyburn Sprints, Collins Hay, Southern Downs Regional Council, State Government. Speed Cafe, who is doing our live stream over the internet. So for those of you who want to catch us on your mobile phone or on your screens at home, Speed Cafe is where you will find the historic Leyburn Sprints, along with all of the very best of national and international motor racing. Shout out to Speed Cafe's representatives here at Arbitrage Weekend. It's Gary O'Brien, my long-standing motor owner. You know, I think Gary O'Brien was just born to be a motor racing rider. He grew up in Bathurst. I think he had an injection when they came out of the Bathurst hospital. And he's been around the tracks. He was a veteran of sport when I started, and I've been doing this for 30 years. And also Richard Gresham, who's doing photography work for Big Cafe this weekend. Moral, of course, JMC Performance, Pipeline Testing Services, Loaders are us, taking freight. Next up, Digital, John Connolly and Partners, our own Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, and I went to work for it. I didn't. Just went up like this. But thank you, all of you, for all of your assistance. Also, Motorsport Australia, Warwick Tourism and Convention, National Creations. Leyburn Sprints bringing this content like this.
I'm here with Tim today. I understand a little bit more about your car.
Yeah, I bought it about 12 months ago, and it was a complete car going, but it needed a lot of loving. I'm a mechanic, just a vehicle mechanic, and spent some hours putting it together and that. But the car actually won races back in the day, like it's what they call an FA Formula Ford, the first ones. Back in this is a 1973 car, but the Formula Fords, the first ones, were from about 68, 69 and things like that. And John Joyce, the builder, he built about 50 of them under the branch of Bowen. This is a Bowen P6. And really good story with John. He was a pretty young guy, and he built a race car. Anyway, Colin Chapman from Lotus, he was over here in Australia with his cars, and he liked this koala. It's called the koala. And apparently on the day, Colin Chapman offered this guy a job back in 1960, and for a young guy, and anyway, Colin Chapman said, "Come to England with me, and I want you to build the Lotuses with me." And within 2 years or something, he was his lead, engineer, and doing F1 cars and all that, back in the day, and living the life. And sort of a bit of a sad story with it. In about '67, John's brother died here in Australia. They were living in family on the northern beaches, and John died, and I think his mother, their mother was crook too. And John came back to the funeral with his brother, and I guess he just got homesick and all that sort of thing. And he thought, hey, I've been building these Lotuses and I've learned a lot, and I'm smarter than when I left Australia a couple of years ago. And anyway, so we built 50 of these things over about 8 years, and and some of them still survive today. And my son was racing XLs for a few years, and I used to race PH Holdens back in 1980 or something like that. And was starting sort of too busy when I bought this little car, and you know, because he was racing XL, and he's racing backwards with it and things like that. And he's got a Golf R as a road car, and with a modified turbo, and it goes. The first time he got in the car at Lakeside, he got out of it, and he went, wow, you know, it surprisingly fast. It's only about 105 horsepower or something, but 400 kilograms, you know, so it's a third to a quarter of the weight of a normal car, you know, and it's pretty exhilarating, you know.
It's a beautiful car, and if you're in today, I wish you luck. But yeah, it looks good, and hopefully you got track you on it. But thanks so much for all the interview, and hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Bloody music. Here we go. Oh, all the shit's gonna happen.
I'm here with Paul and Tom, the father-son duo. And Paul, tell us about your car.
Well, I've got the green Mark 1 Ford Escort. It's, I think, the fourth or fifth car that I've actually run at Leyburn. So we just keep building new cars and showing up with something different every year. So, yeah, I'm just out there seeing how sideways I can get it.
And how long have you been coming to the Leyburn Sprints?
Well, the Royal family, we've actually come to every single sprint. I used to come with my dad, sitting there having a few beers, watching the cars go around, and then we thought, nah, we're not going to watch, we're going to start building cars and racing. So I've now raced here for 22 years in a row.
Now, Tom, how long have you been coming to the Leyburn Sprints?
I've been here every year of my life, except for the year where COVID shut down. Yeah, and then I started racing here when I was 14, so I think be 22 now, so like 7 run here I think now, so yeah, pretty much the whole life really.
And tell us about your car and what makes it so special to you to race.
Makes it really special that I don't have to pay for it, so but yeah, that's brand new build, so this is the first event it's been running, and yeah, that's pretty cool, like figuring out a new car and just sort of finding where the limit is, and yeah, it's awesome.
And you've been racing since you were 14. Has it changed, I guess, you know, your life in a way to just keep racing?
Yeah, absolutely. It keeps me pretty poor as well, because I've got another car that I own and run, so yeah, and I pretty much just breaks the bank, but it's worth it, it's a lot of fun, so we'll buy a house one day, but yeah, in the future, so yeah, it's good.
No, thank you guys so much, and have a good day, guys.
Yes, the Brailsford family father-son team, and they've both been fantastic to see that complete Piranha that Tom is driving in this weekend. Complete Piranha, for those of you unfamiliar, is a South African version of the Ford Capri. The Ford Capris, when they came out, they had the 1600cc Ford engine that went into everything that Ford made, from Escorts to transit vans. And the high-performance version was the V6, the Cologne V6, from Ford Europe. But South Africa, the Ford dealers of South Africa were a little bit bored by the V6, so they put a 5-litre Windsor V8 into it. made the Capri just that bit more aggressive. And it's been a very popular conversion for other model Capris all around the Mark 1 Capris. There's one running in Touring Car Masters, as well as several running around sprints all over. Yes, there's Tom was explaining just that brand new build that one Capri Big 8. The other car that Tom was referring to that he owns and runs is a Super Mini Challenge car. Runs in the National Series that runs up and down the Eastern racing in the midst of it, running top 5 across the weekend at Queensland Raceway back in around April. We're not far away from, we've had, unfortunately we've had a significant oil down over the from turns 4 back to turn 6. Let's see which car it was that created the issue. Car 225 is going to get a rerun out of all of that. Because that was the car that would have been immediately behind the oil down car. 225 is the Leyburn Mitsubishi Lancer. Car that was immediately in front of that. Oh, I hope that wasn't Lawrence Murphy. I'm just looking at the time. And oh, it looks like it might have, oh right, no, it's not Lily Schofield. That's about average time. No, the timing, unfortunately, isn't really giving me, oh, maybe it was, oh no, Cone had a spin. No, the timing screen isn't really giving me any suggested, helpful suggestions as to who our Royal Down car might have been, by car being unexpectedly slow. Yes, they went full speed all the way to the finish line, dragging well. As David said in the background, yeah, just had enough oil to get to the finish line. Just a little surprising treat for following car. So we will see the Subaru. No, not the Subaru, sorry, the Mitsubishi Lancer of Sam Denham will be back running.
Yeah, it was the Swift, and he said yesterday it was dripping oil.
Now, something we haven't made any mention of so far this morning is how things went yesterday. Dean Amos set the fastest time of the weekend in the Gould GR55 of a 41.8, and that was his second run, not his third run in the evening. That was the open wheeler guys were telling us yesterday that the 1000 just went out of the racetrack at the back end of the day. And, or rather, sorry, other way around. I should say the track was a little bit too warm, and it was over just a little bit. And that took the heat out of the run. With a 1 kilometre racetrack with no warm-up laps, it's not really, can't really get you into the tyres. It's something that you can only really do if you get. I guess that's one of the advantages of getting a rerun, because you do have something in your tyres. Although it just length the delay, in fact, back to the line again, the Mitsubishi Lancer. Dean Amos, as mentioned, fastest with a 41.8 second lap time. The record here is 39.8, and that belongs to Dean, of course. Warwick Hutchinson, 2-time winner here, as opposed to Dean Amos' 9 victories. Hutchinson in the OMS Paragon Master Rotary, 43.5. Then we go to Ross Mackay's new max spec on a 45.4. Repainted in the Formula 1000 store on a 46.3. If you're not familiar with the Formula 1000 as a class, you might get terms like Formula 3000, Formula 5000 relating to the engine capacity of the racing cars. Formula 1000 just the same. They all run a 1000cc motorcycle engine, which they can choose from several options. So there's a lot of superbike engines in particular in the class of open wheel racing here. Reading fourth fastest on a 46.3. Then we got Brett Bull, who's debuting his new race car, the BBM, which stands for Brett Bull Motorsport. A BBM HC, so Brett Bull Motorsport Hill Climb. Brett didn't really put a lot of imagination into naming the car. And he's on a 47.4. He only got one clean run in yesterday. They're still figuring out the new car. And he set an almost identical time to Steve Woodbridge, who's running a Formula 3 Dallara with the HWA Mercedes 4-cylinder engine. Both of them on a 47.4 for Brett and a 47.49 for Steve. Luke Weeks is second fastest in the Empire 1 of 48.2. Matt Reed in the Reedster, which is a remarkable race car. And we will see shortly because Matt's down the end of the running order. It looks like an angry shopping trolley. It's but Matt's a tremendous guy to be around. He's always smiling, always happy. A succession of Yamaha motorcycle engines power the Reedster, and the one he's got in this weekend is a 140 horsepower turbocharged Yamaha XN. So Matt was telling us yesterday about how he doesn't have a lot of high hopes for his laptop here this weekend because the clutch is a little bit towards one end of its life.
big long currency. I'll live in the houses model that car. You can land a helicopter on the rear boot of that one gallon. He pumps the brakes well before he gets to that too, just to make sure that there's still going to be interested when he gets there. You know what's wrong with one gallon? Another one of our videos on the green side. One of the finest of these boots. Sorry, the back down. Yep, that's what Harrison do with the car race like 730 across speed and 30.
Relatively rare. There are about 30 of them built directly very rock.
this little trolley has them. That is the proprietor of Reach. They go business that specialises in minis and coffees. And there is a reason there. Absolutely iconic delivery. Big sideways there from Chris King, who only just missed headbutting the hail bales on the exit of turn 1. I was just about to say what a magnificent car these Evo Lancers are.
Oh, you know what those slip those little slide getting all about? A couple of years ago, Scott moved into the GR Yaris, which is quite a bit faster than Chris Ching's Evo 6 Mitsubishi. So the only way that Chris can beat Scott now is through sabotage. And sure enough, there was Scott D going off at turn 2. I think that Chris did that. I did.
And that's the end of run number 3. Of course, we were here, those who were here yesterday saw runs 1 and 2 run through their completion. It was just completed run 3. So we go right back to the beginning of the program now, and our vintage cars.
Now there's some of the cars that have just gone through, some of the faster cars. The Matt Reed, we made mention of before, of course, was half a second off his best time of yesterday, 50.8, and this is 50.3. Stay the heat fast. Now, Scott D and Chris Ching are also there, both in the top 20, and they are currently 17th and 18th fastest, so just to underline the rivalry between these two. Really good mates, but they kind of good mates where you just talk rubbish about each other constantly, and if you don't pay attention to the wings when they talk, you think that they were, I don't know, political rivals or whatever. But no, they don't. 17th and 18th, they're staring at each other as much as they This is the back of stage where we've got this is more professional than
Yeah, well, I saw a second trailer that said it was the biggest pop-up tool store I've ever seen. I better hide my wallet, otherwise I'm just going to talk back at you up and do what they need and so on.
But we do not stay in the same position when you get at Leyburn Sprints. And I've done this for a while as well, but now about a little bit more than everything. It's just the car. It's 100 years old on the 7. Just decided, no, just owned confidence that it's all right. And at the final stage of 75, I decided to want to go motor racing. And that was 10 years ago. And he's a 90-year-old of that is now 100 years old, and he's just 5 years old, and it's still just as much as part of the fun. And so we were pretty for the first time. Just that.
This one's actually 101 years old, but the ones running before and after about 100 years old. We've got 3 sets areas here this weekend.
That just looks like it's kind of as on the movie. Hamilton's training, and that's quite well known for their sport. What the hell is those times?
900cc engine. They're not horsepower.
They're not even motorcycles. They're bikes. You stole those tires off a Tour de France bike.
And it's a cruiser speed of 40 miles per hour. Jackie in this type of replay.
1,000 competitors, including rules, and graduating the upper Manawa this weekend. So you can't make it more nice.
There's one now with a load of 7. One of the couple of jets with load of 7.
John Brown was all going around the ball with the other jet with load of 7.
About 7 was working harder than part of the whole of the truck. And every time it expected cover and just passing through turn 1 now with another exit. Regular competitors still climb speed events and also those circuit races. Then coming here for 15 minutes.
started to well, the reason why he moved from the Holland start was the races were so successful and the preparation was really connected to a fast and she took it to make contact with the sprint. So they had the whole thing sequence But yes, once the Bathurst 1000 moved to, once the Armstrong 500 race moved from Phillip Island to Bathurst, it was dominated by Ford Cortina, which hadn't appeared in the race to that point. And a factory Ford team had been put together. It had actually been put together in the 1962 race running XL Falcon. And but for the Bathurst 500 race, they moved into Cortina GTs in 1963. The race was won by a pair of absolute legends of Australian motor racing, Bob Jane and Harry Firth, both four-time winners of the Armstrong Bathurst 1000 history of 500 racing. And of course, Bob Jane went on to become the man behind Bob Jane's Marks and a host of other business enterprises over the years. Harry Firth went on to become the manager of the Ford touring car team in Australia, and then was invited to create the whole dealer team in 1969. Certainly, Australian motor racing was ever so again once the whole dealer. Created legends of the sport like Colin Bond, Peter Brock. Charlie O'Brien, who's here this weekend, was an early starter in the whole dealer team. And we made mention yesterday that Charlie O'Brien was for a decade or so afterwards. He was the youngest racing driver to ever win a round of the Australian Touring Car Championship. That was during his tenure at the whole dealer team. John Harvey, of course, raced the whole dealer team for many years. David Parsons, the great Tasmanian driver, was another. Well, I guess he was a Peter Jansen type originally.
Yeah, Peter Jansen certainly spotted a few talents, didn't he, along the way? And of course, he was the first person to give Larry Perkins a touring car drive. That worked out well.
Yeah, that seems to be something that worked out quite well for a lot of people. Of course, Larry's been over to Europe for most of a decade prior to that, and European Formula 3 champion, and raced in Formula 1 for about 3 different Formula 1 teams, including BRM. And he's been the mechanical genius behind the whole dealership dominance of the early 1980s. That's 3 Peter victories with Brock and Perkins from 1982 to 1984. Larry was in charge of the mechanical side of the whole dealership. He moved to Dick Johnson's team for 1985.
He doesn't want to talk about that. It was a year of getting 4 jerks, but he reckons he washed them off since.
And then, yes, after when 1986 came around, Larry started racing his own race team.
That, of course, led to Australian Touring Car Championship victories for the team and 3 Bathurst 1000 victories for Larry.
Yeah, with Greg Hansford in 1993, the late Greg Hansford, and Russell Ingall in 1995, and then again in 1997. And Larry tells the story is told about how when Larry Perkins was having a chat to a bunch of young Formula Ford racers, and they said, who reckons they could beat me in the Commodore? And the only one of them said, yeah, I'll take you on, was Russell Ingall. Russell then subsequently went on to race in Europe and raced Formula Opal, and for the UK, won a lot of races over there, but couldn't quite make the step up to the professional open wheel range in Europe. Came back to Australia. Larry remembers that aggression, and of course the enforcer. So that was typical of his attitude, and they linked up once again.
So Murray Rowland in the Anglia is now on the end of a rope.
That's what's the reason for.
We can see Rocket Rod in the recovery Navara, towing the Anglia back.
And it looks like the hit's actually on the left rear.
It does look like there's some body damage on the left rear of the car.
So he hasn't hit the wall of death, the turn 6 concrete wall, because that would have been the right-hand side of the car. I think maybe, that's happened to the chicane that runs. We do have a fast chicane in between turns 5 and 6. Turn 5 is the stool corner, which of course a big sweeping condition.
Yeah, bit of battle scarring there on the left rear of the car. hopefully they can fix it up enough to get him out again for another run later today.
It's popped the rear window. The left side rear window popped it and all of that. So there's
Great. One of the quickest cars here again. That is then bring it to the store at 1,000. The car's been upgraded to a 1,300cc engine. So just looking at the top 10 countdown to work out where Reece is currently at the moment. Beautiful, very car. Very quick, a rather squirrely out of turn 1, rushing towards turn 2. We've seen that the open wheel and hill climb specials have absolutely dominated this event in the outright competition over the years. And we're in a much more really complicated wheel fight now. Neil Lewis on the line, wide, another 1,300cc car. Self-built 10 years ago. For over 20 years. Current president of the energy car club in Queensland. Still up to the finish, still on stage life for everyone involved. But one thing that must be said is the camaraderie and the friendship in the club level motorsport is absolutely tremendous. It's a huge factor in motorsport. And Mark Jones is going to the competition. How you going, Mark? That's one thing about stock racing, because there's so many different eras of it, and so many different styles and specifications of cars. There's many, many different classes that people are competing in, whether those classes are determined by the era of the car, or the style of the car, or the engine size. But even if you're not in, you've got no shot at all of the outright runners, everybody's still got something to aim towards. You know, everyone's got a chance of winning something if they can be the quickest in their class.
Now, we do have over 50 classes here, especially in the Sprints. We have so much variety of race cars. It's not really fair to bunch one disparate cars in the same class, so they're all It's all based on age or engine capacity or level of modification to the cars as to how they're all grouped together, whether they're a stock logbook car or not. And of course the more obvious definition changes like an open wheel or a sports car or a touring car. Now just to see where some of our classes are going. The classes run in number order, like class number 1 are 3 centenarians, and Justin McCarthy is actually leading the class at the moment on a 96.2 second lap time. It's surprisingly close. The Crossley of David. Very angular, medium little race car. Very it's one of these cars that with the red car makes the left from Formula Forward before it was turned into a hook-like vehicle that is enormous weight and a Suzuki high motor engine and panel set. That's a factory allowing Formula 3 racing car. That's the exact same car. That's the other one, but it's a special. That's one that's around the line. Yeah, lining up now is on the Woodward Sprints there. Sorry, mate. But lining up is the name on the start line down here. We haven't always been going to the been undefeated in the last 11 runs. Undefeated over the last 11 years. So Mike was one of those coaches, one of those coaches, and but we did run one coach with his Brett Balls right now. He's up on base across the border. Now the other open wheels that have been through Ashton Newendorf in the speed at 57.0. So he's currently well down the order. As they came, as Justin comes in, so I think 9.6, 8 faster than the entire run, and he's more faster on the 47.8. These Woodbridge reclaimed 5th place from Neil Lewis. So Brett was his fastest overnight. He only got one good run in yesterday, and that was good enough to fit. Brett was quite well known as the Queensland National assistant preparation. overnight, but he's taken off at 2 seconds off the time, 40.1. He is knocking on the door of the outright Leyburn lap record that he holds.
He'll be dirty in his
Improvement from a lot of other competitors. It seems like everyone's moving a little bit, but things moving along. Red Bull's come around on 6.6 moving fast, right? So he's moving in big place. What Hutchinson is
not in your way, is it, mate? It's right in your leaving there.
Very big tail slide out of the turn one. He's having a red hot go. Little 1600cc Mark 1 Escort. And these things have been a staple of the Buffalo sport for decades. Yeah, Ricky used that as the wheel of the Mark II Cooper Breast. Unfortunately, he crashed that car in November at Park and Raceway, but it's great to see they fixed it. And he's down there again, the car looks good there. consecutive years he's done this event. appears to be sitting, I don't know if it's got a suspension damage or if it's just on the lie of the road, but it does seem to have a bit of a lean on it, like it's down on the back left corner. Tracy's got the door open, she's signalling to the officials that she's okay, she's fine, that's good, but maybe the car isn't. So Darryl Osby just goes by in the 68 Mustang.
That's the sticker on the windscreen there, James Performance. Jamie Chant, who is the burnout champion of historic Leyburn Sprints. We'll see Jamie actually very shortly. His XY GT Falcon. And it'll take a good half an hour for the smoke to clear afterwards. I think today we've got not so much of the breeze that we had yesterday. But still a stunningly beautiful day here in this. My goodness, it's perfect weather for spectating.
Absolutely, what a glorious day to be here at the races. And what else would you rather be doing than enjoying Southern Queensland hospitality? Glorious day, and some really great motorsport with such tremendous variety of cars. The recovery crew on, actually we can see where Tracy is. She's off the,
it's in the chicane.
In the chicane, yeah, between turns 5 and 6.
Safety car. TCR. Not quite with all the extra wide panels on board for the camera view, picking out the Mark 1 Ford Capri. The Mark 1 was the only model Capri that was sold here in Australia.
That's right, yeah, the 2 and 3 didn't come in, but of course many of them were reported for Group C touring car racing. Rod's put a rope onto the Capri, so Tracy will be towed off the track shortly.
He's facing the wrong direction.
So they're going to have to do a U-turn, which is not easy to do when you're on the end of a rope. Okay, yeah, once they cut the car up on the level ground, she is sitting level, so there's no suspension damage. I'd say the fire's simply gone out.
Just doing a little bit of track inspection where the Capri was parked.
We've got a number of old V8 touring cars coming up soon, so this will be great.
Something extra special. Sitting behind them on there, you see to the left of them on the camera left. I think it's Ford Mustang Australian Touring Car Championship winning Mustang. Cars have recently changed hands. It was owned by Des Moore and Des passed a couple of years ago. Son David has owned the car for a little bit, but the car has been sold quite recently. And so, one of a pair of Ford Mustangs that was raced by Ian Gagan in the 1960s, winning 4 of his 5 Australian Touring Car Championships. His first was in the 14. But this is the later of the 2 Ford Mustangs that Ian Gagan raced. Tell the difference because the green stripes on the later model. And that's green stripes. The fact that the paper cars were back then, so they were just Kit Kat with green casserole.
Leyburn Sprints. And it's quite appropriate that Toolbook would be attending most of what it is. Dale Gardner is such breeding ground of talent. Will Brown, the race supercar king, he comes from export from the Dale Gardner. Will Power, of course, best known. Two-time IndyCar champion and Indianapolis 500 winner. And victorious. The yellow flag being waved on the way. So Chris Nyland, Fortune 911, Iron replica, he's had the button on. There's someone in front of him who's come to grief. That might be the ultimate. The two cars ahead of him were the ultimate GTR 33 and Aaron Lewis for Aaron is like that the Ferrari was small. But it's a small car. Oh, on the line here is Ian Palmer. Legend of Queensland Motor Racing. He was racing Gemini in 1980. And his name is on. I first got to know Ian Palmer when I started racing in the Club Car Series. He had a Commodore. I had a balance Challenger. He was following the Nolan back in those days. He still is. He has then moved on to the Commodore of his production car championship where it was up in the field. And then decided to go touring car championship racing. He moved into a Michigan. He Commodore or record with the Nolan and later the RBS and Steve Canada for a co-driver 1 year. And 3 or 4 years racing for his Commodore. And we have okay, the incidents over at post 4 council. Generally nowadays lane posts are numbered after the corner that they're at. And they used to be numbered sequentially, but they decided that it'd be smarter to name them after the corner. And if there's more than one of the corner, I would like to throw to one of our interviews while we've got a bit of a delay now.
I'm here with Keith today, who's racing today. Can you tell me a little bit more about yourself and your car?
Well, we started building the car in about 1982, and we originally started with it as a GT car, which was very, very fast cars with big mudguards, what have you. But then the Cams decided in their wisdom that they didn't want to go ahead with that. So we changed the car back into sports sedan regulations in about 84, 85, and very, very successful at Amaru Park because it's such a tight circuit, and it was good because it was a very light car, a little rotary. It was sort of the first full Chevy car that was available at that time. And we used to race against, Brian Thompson and Mark Trout and the leading lots, and we used to beat them with it too, which was great. So, I loved the car. I sold it in 88, ended up getting it back again in 2018, and did a full year restoration. And so the car's been up and running again since 2000, well, now.
You have a really impressive racing history, it seems. What has been your favourite race to do?
Oh, Amaru Park always. It was wonderful. We ended up with the, I still when Amaru was closed, we ended up at the under 3 metre lap record there. And that was quite an achievement because I think the over 3 metre cars were only about, a third of a second. So, yeah, it was great track. Love Amaru.
Fair enough. And you are racing today, or have you raced today so far?
your towing tray has been sent out onto the course to retrieve our wounded race car. Big thank you, of course, to all of us, corporate supporters here at the Leyburn Sprints, Coles Hay, Southern Downs Regional Council, the Queensland Government, Speed Cafe, Laurel, JMC Performance, loaders are up, next up, Digital, 8 Freight, Work Credit Union, PCB Designs, Pipeline Testing Services, John Connolly and Partners, Bowden Zone, Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, Shannon Share the Passion.
And David Patterson returning to commentary position. We've got a special guest here. We've got an official guest. The clerk of the course, Mr. Ian Mabry from Motorsport Australia. You've joined us in commentary. Good morning, Ian. And what's happening in officialdom of this weekend? And what are your thoughts on so far? Hang on, we'll just Sport Australia. Good morning, Ian.
Morning. Yeah, long time no see, actually.
Yeah, you've been involved in motorsport for decades. You've seen a lot of different events over the years.
Try 56 years next month.
Yep, so that is 5 decades, 5.5. And how long have you been coming to Leyburn?
I was playing, of course, from 96 to 99, which went up to the 50th anniversary celebration. And they got me back about 6 or 7 years ago. They sort of rejigged the way the event ran. And most of the key officials changed over at that point in time. So, yeah, I've been back here, I think it's either 6 or 7 of them.
And twice in recent years, this event has won the Motorsport Event of the Year title in Queensland.
Absolutely. Well, in motorsport world, take the supercar events in Queensland out of the equation. This is the biggest event on crowd numbers and most entries in any event. I've got 59 entries this year. They sent back nearly 100.
That's quite amazing, isn't it? The tremendous support for this. And a lot of people just coming back year after year after year, loving the event.
Interaction. The motorsport's just an excuse to come and have fun.
Yeah, it is true, yeah. I mean, there are some guys here who are taking it very, very seriously, but I'd like to say a lot of the guys are basically just here to have fun, catch up with mates, enjoy a weekend in the country, and loving the Darling Downs hospitality.
There was a number of competitors that came in on Tuesday. Chris Ching, I know, is one. On his Facebook, he was camped up before lunch on Tuesday.
Yeah, camping's a huge part of it. The Leyburn's a very small town, there's not a lot of accommodation, and people bring
caravans.
Backseat of the car, whatever. All of this event, they are a sponsor of the event, but also all the volunteer officials that They're doing an autograph signing. That starts at 11:20, so that's 26 minutes from now. So guys out there will tell you what the numbers mean. It's very relevant. Class 44, which as far as I can tell, is the sports cars over 2 litres. Chris Matthews, the ultimate leader from John Simmons, and that's what he said. Chris Nile on the 4911, currently third in class, ahead of Brad Searle in the PRA, and then Aaron Lewis in the Ferrari. Fastest time for the class is Chris Matthews, the ultimate. He did a 50.8 yesterday. But John Simmons went quicker this morning with a 51.2, and then Chris Nile on a 52.1. And I can see the Ultima is now on the back of the tilt tray, thanks to Steel Road's 24-hour towing for providing the tilt tray services. So the Ultima, with the broken drivetrain, it's on the back of the tilt tray being towed into the pits now. So once they're clear of the track, we should have a restart competition. I believe we've got Barry Evans in the MGB GT V8. The black box and away he goes. Run through turn 1, heading down Patton Straight. try and clean that up?
So the class 51 that's going through right now, that's the McLaren, the Porsche Cayman and the Chevrolet Corvette, they're actually quite well spread in lap time, so there's not really going to be any competition for positions in this class. The McLaren's significantly faster than the Porsche, who in turn is significantly faster than the Corvette. There's a 4.5 second gap from Garcia to Boss in the Cayman, and then another 2.5 seconds to Fuller in the Corvette. Apart from two-car team, then Fuller, Diane running a DS7.
And those of you who've got access to the big screens, just have a look at our hard-working volunteer officials. Turned into a rallycross track. There's mud and grass all over the track, so our hard-working volunteer officials very quickly cleaning up that. What a mess.
We've had around 3 cars that have spins there at turn 2 so far today. Most of the action yesterday was here at turn 1, but there's quite a few more hazards here at turn 1. So you get things wrong at turn 1, you will hit something, but if you get things wrong at turn 2,
you just got to make a mess. But they're very quickly getting the track clean. The big industrial broom doing a great job.
big thank you, of course, to all the Motorsport Australia officials and chat to me, or you had to chat to me, Mabry, just before, and the of course, him, big officials, chat to me on morning. But fine.
Yeah, one of the things that Motorsport Australia are very good at doing is succession planning. There's a lot of senior officials with a tremendous amount of experience, and rather than guarding that knowledge, they're sharing it, and they're mentoring and bringing up the next group of people ready to replace them. So we do have the average age of motorsport officials is quite high, but it's great to see that tremendous steps being taken to bring in the new younger ones. And there are a lot of young people coming into the sport now as volunteer officials, so the future of our sport is looking great. But of course, we'd always welcome one more if you're thinking about it.
Don't think you're too old to be alive. Yes, that's a good thing. Young people, especially in consequence of
Most of them are over 50 and they welcome anyone who, basically, if you're enthusiastic about motorsport, you want to roll up the sleeves and get the job done, they'll welcome you. And as I said earlier, the training is provided by Motorsport Australia and the Airframe Training as well. Leading the line now, we've got Tracy too. There's the West Coast Club, but now Bruce and Tracy are a lovely couple. They've friends of mine for years. They share this car amongst a number of others. Bruce did all the driving yesterday, but Tracy's going to do the driving today. So I'm very keen to see if Tracy goes faster than Bruce.
Now there's only 2 cars in the class, so with Tracy taking over the Westfield today, that increases the number of drivers in the class like 50%. McLaren's coming up for a rerun now, rolling
signal, so warning the drivers of the conditions so that they can not arrive at a corner and go, oh wow, let's do that. Should drivers sharing this device help? And this driver is on the wheel right now, Alistair Harris, Lachlan Harris. And Alistair Harris as well. Lachlan Harris is due to be right now. And here's the Subaru, well, one of the two Subarus to be entering this year. This is Hannah Michelle at the wheel, one of those 16 years of age. She's already got 4 years of motorsport experience, and that's tremendous. So one day when she's old enough to start driving on the road, she'll have 5 years of driving experience behind her. So I tell you what, that'll make her a much safer road driver than someone who's buttoned up in the space station before they get out there most of the time. And they can become very good, safe road drivers because they understand how to control a car and how to read the conditions. I'm not so sure that he's actually paying a lot of attention to keeping to lap times. He's actually going quite quickly now. Rerun much earlier in the day. In fact, I'm not sure I've seen this as throughout the weekend. No, I think this is the first time we've seen him out there. Being driven by Trent Adams. Adams have a long history here at Leyburn. It's got a 5.7. I'm pretty sure that it's about a 4 tracks that way. Sebastian Lowe, Tribute, C4. Not as explosive as the 1910. Engine rated at the wheel. Also support from absolutely all of the road there and a little bit of the grass, but fortunately there was no hay bale in his way. 58.2 for Joe Williams. Lachlan Harris is on a 58.3. Alex Neville also a 58.3. Jai Wickham class leader just rounding through turn 1 now, heading down Canning Street towards turn 2. Can you go faster? a substantial injection of Jaguar. MG8 Plus. It even looks like a Jaguar. Got the C-type Jaguar radiator grille. And sort of aerodynamic. Stevie Chan is on track now in the little Aussie racing car. Oh, on the grass with a big bridge. Chris Ching on track now in the Mitsubishi Evo 6.
Now some of these cars are really quick. They're up in the top 20 cars for the weekend.
Yes, Chris has been a competitor here at Leyburn for 16 years now.
Three cars in this class, special interest four-wheel drive. Glenn Brinkman in the Subaru versus Chris Ching in the Mitsubishi Lancer. And Scott Dean in that raucous three-cylinder Toyota Yaris.
It's not quiet, is it?
No, it's just like the driver, not modest in the slightest. 52.1 is Scott Dean's best time in the Yaris so far this weekend. Chris Ching's come through at a 52.8 to improve and get closer to his good mate and rival, Scott. Glenn Brinkman, third class with Subaru and some 9 seconds away in the Colin McRae Richard Burns tribute car.
And that brings a close to run number 4. Just a reminder, folks, the driver's autograph, the Legends of Motorsport driver's autograph signing session, it's underway right now at the Shannon's Tent. Now the Shannon's Tent is opposite the pub on the corner of McIntyre Street and Warwick Street. We've got Dick Johnson, Bruce Allison, Charlie O'Brien, Matt Romano, and that's underway right now. Probably go for should be wrapped up by about noon. So if you want to get your autographs from the Legends of Motorsport, head up to the Shannon's Tent right now.
Well, that amazing motorsport careers, Australia and internationally. Results for Formula 5000 races, chasing Formula 5000 internationally. Dick Johnson, of course, 3-time Bathurst 1000 winner, 5-time Australian Touring Car champion, and owner of a race team that's won, I think, it's 10 Australian Touring Car championships now, / Supercars championships, because Scott McLaughlin most recent Supercars champion for the team. Now Will Davidson and Brady Kostecki, their drivers, the Shell supported Ford Mustangs. Charlie O'Brien, a contemporary of Dick Johnson in a lot of ways, came up at the touring car racing in the 1970s. Briefly remember the old dealer team, raced Rolf Artie Moores in the Australian Drivers' Championship, Gold Star. Raced a BMW in Group A with John English. The old bumper to bumper BMWs.
I do remember that car, yeah. Of course, bumper to bumper was a chain of retail auto parts and tool stores. And they were unusual in that they were often found in large shopping centres, like inside your local Westfields, you'd find a bumper to bumper. Whereas most of them are on standalone premises because they couldn't afford the retail rent.
Need a bit of space for motor parts supplies. And Charlie also would continue racing touring cars all the way to race with the Diet Coke BMW Super Touring team alongside Jeff Bradley and Paul Morris. That's right, yeah. And then made a bit of a comeback a couple of years ago to race in the Queensland-based Australian Trans Am Series. Raced a white Pontiac Firebird, the car that had been built by Woody. Fantastic Queensland race preparer.
Yeah, good, thank you. Can you tell us a bit more about the car?
Sure. So this one here, this one's my car. Well, the one I'm driving. This is my father's car. He's been racing this for about 15 years here. That's a Mitsubishi Lancer. He's now driving the Glen over there. And then we've got my eldest uncle. He's driving the Mark 1 Escort. And then my second uncle's driving the Alpha. And my cousin is driving the RX1000. So it's sort of a, big family sort of event.
So you've definitely been influenced by your family to get into cars?
Yes, 100%. All my life, just sort of cars and music, sort of the whole thing. So yeah, it's good.
Now, is there a specific time that you want to get into the race today?
I'm hoping last year was my first year, so I did it 104, hoping to get sub 1 minute, but I'm happy having just I want to bring home just 4 corners on it. It's not my car, so other than that, it's good.
And what is one thing that you love about Leyburn Sprints?
I love the fucking vibe and everything. So no, just everyone get together and enjoy their cars and showing their little passion. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. We can't wait to see you on track.
punishes this race car. But he kind of has to. The sprint gate in the Mazda RX-2 is only 1.7 seconds behind, and that's in the R100. Steve Eater's Jaguar takes off in this class as well. Steve's actually at the back of the class. Clift is the leader, and Ether is trailing in 5th place. But not far away though. Springgate's only 1.5 seconds behind Cliff for the lead, and Ether is only a second behind David Malone Tirana for 4th place in the class. And Matty Cliff comes around in a 53.0. So he's still faster again, and he's 21st overall. 1971 Mazda 100. Just barely missing out on the top 20 Mazda units.
Hi, I'm Patricia today, and the president of the Leyburn Sprints. What about but I've been involved with it since the start back in 1996 because my parents started it, so I've always been involved. Fair enough. And how long have you been the president of the Sprints? I've been president, I think, 9 years. I've been on the committee 13 years, but yeah, like I said, because mum and dad were here and obviously get dragged in as a teenager to come help out, so I've always been around. Perfect. And on a day like this, what's, I think, your favourite car to see racing?
Oh, well, I love them all, of course. They're all so different and varied. You've got the really old cars, like the old 1949 cars, actually race the original Grand Prix. You've got the really fast open wheelers, and everything in between. But of course, you know, I've got the Mustang, so I do love the muscle cars.
Well, thanks, Trisha, and I'll let you go, but thanks so much, and you've done a beautiful event today. So thanks so much.
All right, thank you, and we turned on the weather.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much. Thank you.
And that's a handy little reminder from President Trish Chan that please use sun cream. It may be, you know, not long, only a couple of weeks out of winter, but yes, put your sun cream on today. Some of our most historically significant race cars were out on the course just then, like the ex-Nelson PK Rolls RT4, a green wings and slicks open wheeler that was leading the classes round, that dates back from the 1981 Australian Grand Prix. Now it's Brandon BT11. and set the first car to set a 100-mile-an-hour lap time in Panorama Circuit. Have a multiple winner of the Gold Star for the Australian Drivers' Champion, amongst many other achievements, including one of the hardest fought Bathurst 1000 victories, co-driving with John Goss and B Ford Falcon in a race that was stop-start rain for much of the race. And Gossie and Bartlett used to tell some frankly horrifying stories about how running down Conroe Straight, the blast would lift the windscreen wiper off the windscreen. We also had the Cooper T47 going around, an ex-Jack Brabham car that raced built as a Formula 2, was given a Tasman Series engine and raced second in the 96 Australian Grand Prix, I think. I think memory shows to exactly which race, which ones in the Australian Grand Prix the car had second placing in. We also had 3 centenarian races, the Hamill car, the Austin and the Crossley. Now at 12 o'clock, we will be having some, we're not that far away, some of our special festivities down at the start-finish line. At some point, very near future, we'll be handing over to Chris Nixon for some of our presentations and start-finish line. That's why the pause in racing just then. We will have some hot lunches coming up as well. Some of our prizes that we give away at the Leyburn Sprints every year are some hot laps around the course. Momentarily. Big thanks, of course, to all of our sponsors here at the weekend. Collins Hay from the Mount Regional Council, the Government of Connolly and Hunt, BKA, Great Mountain Zone, Loaders R Us, JMC Performance, Boral, Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, Janet Share the Passion, BCP Designs and Warren Credit Union, the Cow in the Box, Rodesi Products, Southern Downs and Granite Belt, Angus Meats, Quipco, Chapel Creations, Warwick Tourism and Events. Thank you to all of us. Support of the magnificent running, the 29th Historic Leyburn Sprints. And here is a chance to one of our other prize raffles that we run here this weekend. And to win the Ultimate Gold Coast 500 experience. First prize is 2 VIP tickets to the Gold Coast 500, which includes accommodation, 4 nights of accommodation, and it's got the running on Over a second and a half away, so that's probably a class side. On the next half, Tyson Cowan's best time so far is 53.8. Dennis Brown's just completed. Dennis Brown has jumped up 20 positions with that run to go with 6.51. Still chasing Cowie. I'm thinking Cowie's probably just a little bit too far off the road. Dennis is 1.3 seconds behind Tyson, and Tyson comes to a slide at 53.2. He's gone even faster. I said 1.3, no, it's 1.9 now.
Running an Evo Mitsubishi turbocharged engine. And just look how quickly it gets down Canning Street on the run down towards turn 2.
It's a Mitsubishi Lancer engine in a price.
Yeah.
now. by her husband Gordon. And I noticed Brandon Flaxman, that's 2 runs in a row that he hasn't come out of the SO20 Turbo Datsun. Unfortunately, he might be out after leaving the class yesterday. Now the second Valley is running basic rally car spec. Got over 20 years of experience with state, national and club level. Doing rally sprints. Steve Ray's here heading towards us now. ninth outright, 5 litre Ford V8 in that Cobra, and that is a rocket. Leyburn Sprints way back in the 1990s in an Aston Martin. He's owned this car for 10 years now. Mostly uses it for tarmac rallies and rally sprints. Big tarmac rallies. John C's on the line now. Hugely successful in tarmac rallies and target Tasmania. After early famous taking to a nice little young bike coming away victorious with this brilliant adaptive 240Z. Regularly being much faster, much more powerful and much more expensive cars. Awfully good with both. Very quick through turn 1. Nice, big 99 through turn 2. Very, very good driver, very underrated driver. Dixon's actually not quite cheaper. Another one of their cars, they've got a fleet of these cars. Rita's been chasing John all weekend. She hasn't caught it yet. I'll tell you what, not many people will. I think last time I checked, it was still at 3-litre engine. Beautifully presented car. I don't think there's a whole lot more car than it was when it was the Ford factory. 2-litre 4-cylinder is north, the 3.6 litres. Flat 6 is in its place. Lost a couple. 10 years ago it was next to the Porsche 911. 1981 model with a 3-litre flat 6. It's owned this car for 20 years. There's the driving of his son Jack. Very hot approach there for turn 1. May have cost him a little bit of exit speed there because he was about to run out of road. Replica or vintage of the IROC cars of the 70s. Here's Palmer. Now a regular part of the great, very, very quick through the corners. Very sophisticated car. Now in the Westfield Club, 1600cc engine. Beautifully presented car, although I've got to say Bruce and Tracy, every one of their cars has always turned out very, very well. Another club that leads the line. And this is John Warren in an Elephant. 2002 model, so it's from the reinvigorated Elephant brand, also running a 1600cc engine. Erica's one of our junior competitors. Been driving at events since she was 14, competing at Leyburn, Morgan Park, Carmel Raceway and Leyburn Sprints. She's also done the junior driver training program at Morgan Park. It's great to see this competition here for the juniors. Heads of the Leyburn Sprints Committee for many, many years. It's great to see them being remembered, especially such an important thing as the Juniors Trophy. Anna Michelle passing us now in the Subaru Impreza, heading down Canning Street towards turn 2. On track now with the Celica 2002 model 1.8 litre engine. Big smoky burn out for a little while. Not a bad effort for a 2 litre engine. Very quick through turn 1. Leaving the line now in the Mini Cooper S, 1.6 litre supercharged. Did I have to fix that right brake light yet? It wasn't working yesterday either. No single car event. Oh, that's because it's covered up, so it's a bit broken. There's been a member of the Warwick District Sporting Car Club, and he's been go-karting since he was little. Now the wheelbase of the track or rubber here. It's a test that gives the hills just trying to keep it straight. Because it didn't really know any better when you build that off. So it basically he just did what he had because that's all they had. Very short wheelbase compared to the track. And I'm making sure can't control the I remember reading somewhere that because it was so successful that it was so unique, people couldn't work out who was successful because of the car or in spite of the car. Greg Ross was lining up for a rerun of the BMW M4. 92 sports and racing cars. Not really about
5 abreast. That would have made turn 1 very interesting. Absolutely one in the race, because I'm sure all the taxiways that combined with the main runway to make the track wouldn't have been as wide as the main runway. No, not at all. The turn 1 becomes a test of courage. Well, I think competing in the race at all. Absolutely, yeah, competing in motorsport before the 1970s is a test of courage. Now the race was won by John Crouch in a Gallagher 135. Reg built the car. Ray Gordon was second in the MGTC special, and that car has been back to Leyburn. Not all that long ago. Arthur Rizzo was third in a Riley-based special. Peter Critchley was fourth in an MGTV special, and that car is here this weekend. And a Cadillac-based special was fifth. Another MG, Bugatti came home in third place. 137 Grand Prix Bugatti. And it goes to underline a bit about how impressive our Australian-built pleasures, which is an engineering term, not derivative, were compared to, say, a factory-built Grand Prix car like a Type 37 Bugatti. Grand Prix cars from the 1949 race here this weekend. do you think you can achieve this year? I've got the last one, that's probably all we have. But also, that's why it's that big number on the one. And feel the pressure a little bit, maybe. Brendan's a great engineer, and I'm sure what he will is that thing right on the front of the page.
Trisha. Jesse.
Jason O'Mara get the yellow flag to warn him that there was an incident ahead. He's just driven back into the pits, but there was another race car in front of him. We'll take a moment to thank some of our supporters of the events, Anglers Meats, where fresh costs less, Southern Downs and Granite Belt. And of course, Motorsport Australia, the provider of all the volunteer officials here. We've just seen Rodney in the recovery, Navarra heading down Canning Street now. Also, next up, Digital, Tate Freight, Collins Hay, JMC Performance, Laurel, building something great, Warwick Credit Union, ECP Designs, all of these people, thank you very much for your support. And remember folks, when you're at the marketplace, support the people who support your sport. If you're looking at different suppliers, one of them supports your sport and one of them doesn't, know who you need to look at.
I'm here now with Dick Johnson. Now Dick, can you tell us a bit about your highlights in your racing career?
Well, it started a long, long time ago. I think I first raced back in 1964, and since then I've come an awful long way to the point where I realised probably the dream I always had, which was to be a professional motor racing driver. And in saying that, I've been fortunate enough to win 5 Australian Touring Car Championships, 3 Bathursts, 12-hour at East Creek, and they're the most significant ones. Plus, I suppose just having a team, which is the longest standing racing team in Australia, and still am part of it on a daily basis. And we employ about 44 people full time. And championship-wise, we've won 10 championships and 6 Bathursts. So it's been a hell of a ride and very enjoyable.
Now, with the experience that you've had under your wing, what brings you to the Leyburn Sprints?
Look, this is the grassroots of where everything starts. When you see, because it takes me back in time, back to when I was a young kid, watching or looking over the fence at Strathpine and Lowood and places like that, to see these very early model cars race like they did back here in 1949. And it's great to see the history of motorsport. And if there's any place in Australia you want to see the best range of history, it's right here at Leyburn. Yeah.
Well said, Dick. Thank you so much for interviewing. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Dick Johnson there, embracing the 1949 Australian Grand Prix trophy, as well as recapping for us the extraordinary career of Richard Johnson. Now, so a little bit of clean up to do after car's gone straight on over in the area of turn 5, exiting the school section of the racetrack. I thought I would take the opportunity to recap because several of our classes are completed for the day. And I tell you what, Justin McCarthy has had the Group J class much to himself for the last 10 years. He's had competition this weekend from the Chisholm family with their Crossley the Amel car, and he's risen to the challenge and taken victory in class number 1 in the Austin 7 ahead of David Chisholm. In the Crossley second classes, he's had to fight to get that win. Now, Pete Trappell's only done 2 runs in his IndyCar special, and that wasn't enough for Pete to be able to take victory in Class 3, made up of a pair of Cybele Ford V8 class cars and Belinda Schiller in the 1949 Australian Grand Prix MGTV. So congrats to Pete, out there with the lens on at the moment doing photography work. Ian Beatman in the Jaguar XK120 special has come home to win Class 5, and that's in the XK120 Robertson special. An extraordinary car beating home Coulson and Colshire in their MGTC Grand Prix cars. Graham Branch in the tiniest car in the field, the Benson Enfield, has won Class 6. Where he's won by less than a second, and Lance Boken has fended off Pete Turnbull. The Fairthorpe Electron has just beaten Peter Turnbull in the Newcastle Steel City Special by 0.08 of a second. 67.11 versus 67.19. But yeah, Graham Branch in Benson Enfield won the class. Tiny race car. Neville Burwistle's won Class 7 in the Centaur GT, and that was by less than half a second to Matt Devon.
Rocket Rod's recovery. We get triple points and stuff for alliteration. The next on the line should be Jason Amara. He'll be having a rerun in his 1.4 litre Datsun 1200. Jason was all ready to I don't know whether that was by design or not, but he has missed the hay bale by the width of a number plate. Yeah, that was a very tight margin there, or he missed the hay bale. But if that was as intended, then it makes sense of work for change. It's like you bring a donut and back on the train. He might not get a trophy, but he's got the fans' attention. Oh, actually, I think he is in line for a trophy this weekend. Right up at 20 years as well on the occasional run that he's treated seriously. And Craig Lawrence is lined up now to have a run. Now, what? We took the track back to class 5. Craig is currently second fastest. He's at 5.8. Greg Ball's best in the end of the week. He's second place. After you've had an incident, make it easy for the officials. Hold your arms out straight if you need a flat toe. Lift your arms up and down like you're trying to fly to tell them that you need a lift toe. The quicker they can get the correct recovery vehicle out, the quicker the event can get back on. He's made a mess of that hay bale. That's going to be a job to pick that up. Broke it apart.
The component parts scattered around like loaves of slices of bread.
Yeah, he's restarted the engine, backed out of the hay bale, tried to drive off, but didn't get much further, which would make me suggest maybe there is potential steering damage.
Maybe the right front is rubbing on something as well.
Yeah, that could be awesome. Maybe it's just bodywork pushed onto the wheel.
You'd feel that resistance. It gets a bit serious sometimes on Sunday afternoon here at the Leyburn Sprints.
Comes the bale handler down.
Chris Collins has come out for a run in the Escort today, but I'm not sure that he's going to get much more than one run. We went a bit easy on him this morning, a little didn't need any male handover replacement until after lunch.
I'm here with Erica today, who is one of our juniors for the 2025 Leyburn Sprints. Erica, tell me a little bit about yourself and about your car. Hi, so I'm Erica Ferdinand, and I've been racing since I was 14. I race all over the Darling Downs, and I'm here today in my different places. Tell me how many times you've raced today, or how often you get in the car. So, like, currently I race at 4 different places, which have like about 4 or 5 runs a year. I just had my second run for today at Leyburn, and it's going pretty good. How many times have you been at Leyburn? This is your first time racing? Yeah, this is my first time at Leyburn, which is fantastic. I'm loving it. Perfect. And are you having any more races today, or are you done for the day? I'm actually not sure how many runs we're meant to get today. Yeah, I would love another run. How old were you when you started racing? So I started racing when I was 14, and I started out in Leyburn on the dirt, so that was an experience. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and good luck if you have any more races today. But yeah, no, thanks so much. Thank you.
The junior competition is one that we are not going to tell you anything about because it has to be calculated because it's based on a regularity, not on fastest lap time. So we will not. So neither David nor myself will know no more. It's going to be revealed. It's going to be somewhat of a surprise when the Mike and Ann Coles Memorial Award is awarded to our best junior.
White Maven's car now being returned on the end of a rope behind the recovery truck. It looks like the wheels are turning fine, so yeah, I don't think it suffered steering damage. I'd say it's just pushed the bodywork onto the tyre, or possibly even emptied the radiator.
That's something I hadn't thought of, Took a while before we got to see a front-on shot of the car, and it could have emptied itself in that time quite easily.
It's a fair bit of body damage.
Very a regular competitor of the Queensland Improved Production Car Championship. That's a Circuit Racing. They scored that car. Pretty quick one too.
And it looks like the tow hook has been removed from the car. They're pulling it up there onto the return road. And yeah, it looks like the towing eye has been yanked out of the car.
I remember watching a Super Touring was about this 1000 in 98, I want to say. I was up at McPhilly Park at the time, and a Ford Mondeo had buried itself in the sand trap there. So they lined it up on the tow hook to dig the car out of the McPhilly Park sand trap. Ping! Tow hook broke. Okay, so we went round to the other end of the car, so attached to the other end of the car, and that broke as well.
It's very important, folks, not only does the hook have to be very strong, but it has to be mounted on something very strong as well. That towing eye is actually attached to the chassis rail with a 19mm bolt.
I do remember there was some controversy in 1994 when a Peugeot dived into the sand at Hill Corner and the car was dragged out. I'm not, the circumstances escape me, but unfortunately the chassis was a bit damaged and there was also recovering the vehicle. But yes, it's important that you have your tow hook mounted correctly and to something
started giving the drivers a signal and a fire up, so we should have a recommencement very shortly.
All right, and there's the car that's due to come out, and we are in the midst of resolving last 36 going down, 372 up to 2 litres. It's been a beautifully fantastic pass over the course of the weekend. Mark Melman, Chris Chan and Paul Brelsford. Well, I did have a chat with Paul Brelsford immediately after I talked to him on the phone.
I'm ready to go. I think this is actually the top 10 shootout because Mark Preston was right on the top side. If we hold the right where it is, then that's exactly what happened. Preston has hit the top.
He's fallen out of the top three as Red Bull's come up the pace. He's trying hard for turn one. Woodbridge crosses the line in a 46.6. And sure enough, Neil Lewis has had a traffic cone penalty applied and has lost 37. And Hutchison at 39, slower than Ball. Oh, this could be fascinating. Ross Mackay, who is our current leader, was actually slow to the first split on 115, but steamed home with great alacrity in the second half of the run to take passes away from the lead. The Red Bull will be coming around to the finish line very shortly. Unfortunately, Red Bull hasn't made it round to the finish. At 13.7 for the first split time. That was really quick from Brett. Fastest time of the weekend. Brett noted mechanic as much as he is a racer himself. Behind the preparation of quite a few of the Australian Trans Am Series cars that run in South East Queensland at Queensland Raceway and Lakeside, and typified by Ian Palmer's Pontiac Firebird just by way of example. Also does quite a bit of work on GT3s and GT4s. And there you can see on the timing monitor that Warren Hutchison's 67 lap time has been raised because we'll get the speed up to big yellow flag after the Reed Hinton's time has been erased as well, so it looks like Reed's going to get a rerun too. So if there was a mechanical issue, that's what has caused Reed Hinton's run for Formula 1000 tonight. There's been something else, and that's why he's slowed down. Hinton at the Black Store, Formula 1000. Warren Hutchinson in the orange OMS will come around for the rerun after we retrieve Red Bull.
Everything else that was fucking good. Up to the hay bales, that was good when they done. But I don't think I saw that, and fuck me, you've been doing something that's not worth out.
Well, 8 cars contesting in a top 10 shooter. Not everyone who made the top 10. For the final run of the day.
Ethanol's supposed to be water, is it? I can pee in it. I've got BP. Well, you're free hand. Well, I said I hope you drink not enough. And you'll know that yours will work because it's 100% alcohol. Yeah. I've got some blood by alcohol stream.
What has been your highlight? It's been fabulous to have you alongside us here this weekend, David Patterson. What's been your personal highlight for the weekend?
It's hard to put a finger on one thing because there's so many things that are great about the event. There's something in the atmosphere, like it's half party, half festival. It's almost, because everything about the event is so great, it's almost like a
Hinton in the store Formula 1000, seeing where he lands in the shootout. Warren Hutchinson's coming up for his rerun now.
Out of the car. Warren Hutchinson has just climbed out of the car.
Oh, the car is not started. Oh, he's climbing back in.
He's getting back in now.
And Reed Hinton, fourth place, fourth fastest, 46.4. He's gotten in ahead of Steve Woodbridge. The real victor out of all has been Luke Weeks. He was, I think, 8th at the end of the timed runs. And he's now up into third place with Hutchinson still to come. I remember watching Bathurst 1000s over the years. You see that someone who's just scraped into the top 10 will have a really good run in the top 10 shootout and jump up into like 4th or 3rd or so. Like Zach Bates just at the Ipswich 440 last weekend had a great qualifying run. Is that it, Warren?
Yep, he's out of the car. He's taking his gloves off. It looks like he's taking his helmet off.
I think that's done, is it?
Yep, so he's either decided there's nothing else to achieve or there's a problem with the car.
Well, congratulations to Dean Amos on a perfect 10. That's his 10th victory in the historic Leyburn Sprints. He had won anyway, outside of the shootout. He set a 40 point, a high 40. Yep, that's all done, I think. No, actually, is Dean Amos coming around again to Steve? No.
Safety car's coming around. Safety car's at the end. It's got the green flag, which once the green flag
well, congratulations to Dean Amos and his crew. Also to Warren Hutchinson, second fastest for the weekend. And Luke Weeks, there's an amazing run in the back half of the day. Well, in the shootout to jump up the order. That was fantastic work there by Luke, coming in at 46.3. Ross McKay, 45.9. That's away from their best times of the weekend. So in the end,
well, that's it. Just presentations.
You can see the podium being set up there just on the start-finish line.
I don't think it's bad time, but well, we should wrap up here at this point, I think, David. Fantastic to have you all. Thanks, of course, to all of our racing officials here.
Thanks, chat. Please like and subscribe.
Of course, all of our contributing, Motorsport Australia, all of our contributing officials, and all of the committee, all of our volunteers here. It's been absolutely fantastic. All our spectators, it's been so brilliant to have you in such great numbers. The weather has been nothing short of glorious and some absolutely brilliant competition. We'll have the shootout presentation momentarily down at the start line. We'll hand over to Chris Nixon.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a fabulous weekend. We're about to do the top 10, the top 3 awards for the first outright, second and third. So feel free to stick around for a few minutes, and we're going to do some presentation here on the start line. We're then going to move down to in front of the hotel to do our normal trophy presentations.
Just to wrap up before we go, and thank you, David Patterson, for joining us on the microphone for 2025 Historic Leyburn Sprints.
Yeah, thank you, Mark Jones. It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this event, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out and attending what's been a great weekend of motorsport. And once again, thank you very much to the organising committee for the Leyburn Sprints. It's an enormous amount of work in the days, weeks and months before this event. There's so many volunteers put their work in together to make this great event for us. And also, of course, thank you very much to the volunteer officials from Motorsport Australia. We've had a wonderful weekend. And remember, everyone, drive safe at home. There's only one place for speed, and that's on the racetrack. So safe and careful on the way home. And we'll see you back here next year.
Ross McKay, can you please come to the start line? Ross McKay, please come to the start line immediately.
Yeah, you should know by now.
I'm not very good at it. I can steer the car down here. Which is your best side, do you know? Yeah, well, it's like a 20 grand, it's just put all the way down.
Two winning cars, first and second. Oh well, everybody, I think I'm actually going to go. I got a long trip home. Please like and subscribe.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Car number 92, McKay, please make your way to the start line immediately.
That's just for presentation, not racing. Oh well. Once I said again, please like and subscribe, and I'll catch you here next year. Ciao.